Tambo, 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 skulule, Tambo, Tambo, Tamanya, Tamanya, no skulule, Tambo, Tambo, Tamanya, Tamanya, no skulule, Tambo, Tambo, Tamanya, Tamanya, no skulule, Tambo, Tambo.
groups. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If I may introduce myself, my name is Khotso Mwabi. I'm the Marketing Communications Manager. Just a short, brief announcement that we request that you relax, take your time, visit the ladies and the gents. We have got a slight delay. We'll be about a 30-minute behind schedule. There's some consultation that is taking place at room 101. We'll be with you shortly. Thank you.
Sabe
Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding for the academic procession. Choir.
Sois forte, aboni sapiosa, omai figilele mi. 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 Oh, Siti halala, halala, yeah, omai figilele mi. Oh, halala, Siti halala, halala, yeah, omai figilele mi. Sois forte, aboni sapiosa, omai figilele mi. Sois forte, aboni sapiosa, omai figilele mi. Oh, halala, Siti halala, halala, yeah. Omai figilele mi. Oh, halala, Siti halala, halala, yeah. Omai figilele mi. Sois forte, aboni sapiosa, omai figilele mi. Sois forte, aboni sapiosa, omai figilele mi. Oh, halala, Siti halala, halala, yeah. Omai figilele mi. Oh, halala, Siti halala, halala, yeah. Omai figilele mi.
Procession song, please.
Gautiamus igitur, juvenestum sumus. Gautiamus igitur, juvenestum sumus. Post iucundam isikeleli Afrika, maluphakanyisu phondo lwayo, izwa imithandazo yethu. Nkosi, sikelela thina, lusapho lwayo, murena buluka sitshaba sa Yesu, ufedise dintwali matshwenyeho, usibuluke sitshaba sa Yesu, sitshaba sa South Africa, South Africa. Eti blom van ons heme, eti diepte van ons vergeberdes, wat die große Antwort geeft. South call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land.
Thank you very much, choir. You may be seated. Let me extend the great appreciation and greetings and start with the chair. Or chancellor of our university, whom I would refer as the grandfather of this institution, and our vice chancellor, Professor Sakela Buhlungu, our DVCs, the senior managers of the institution, DVC Teaching and Learning, DVC Institutional Support, DVC PRI. Of importance, let me also extend the appreciation and greetings to the members of the judiciary, and what makes it unique and important is the institution being led by the Chief Justice of this country, Chief Justice Raymond Zondo, the division of the Eastern Cape led by Judge Nomatamsan Beshe, members from the court, Justice Mbuseli Madlanga, our former Justice of the Supreme Court of Appeal, and also the chairperson of the Electoral Court, and the entire members of the judiciary. Let me go and extend the appreciation as well to members of the royalty that are with us, particularly the members that come where Dada Oliver Tambo comes from, whom we are gathered in this August event on his name. Let me go all the senior managers of the university, our deans, our professors, the directors of centers and institutes, the president of convocation, members and senior membership from our different metros and municipalities, from Buffalo City and Raymond Mhlaba. Let me also extend appreciation to the members of the Alice community, our students, and all our guests. You know, this is what I wanted to avoid, Professor Buhlungu, and all our guests. Because I wanted to say, I am holding an umbrella so that anyone whom I might have missed in my greetings will be under this umbrella to say, thank you very much for honoring the day, for making this day special, not only for the Faculty of Law, not only for the university, not only for the community where Utata Tambo comes from, but for this country and also the international community. Particularly on this day, which falls within the dedicated Rights Month of this country. Because Utata Tambo, when he was born, if I was before a congregation, I was going to say, even you, the village where he comes from, akunguyena kamnye omncinane. As I extend the greetings, the family will be recognized. But I also want to say, thank you very much, family Katatu Tambo, for giving us and the nation Utata Tambo. I am saying this with so much excitement because when Utata Tambo as well graduated from this institution, my own father was not even born. But we are very fortunate that today we are going to share his experience, his aspiration, his vision for this country. So, I am standing in front of you today as my name appears in the program. I'm Nomtanda Zontlama Makhanya. I am the Deputy Dean of the faculty. Let me share with you that I've just learned that I am the Dabawo of the faculty. But today, I am the Dabawo of the university. I am the Dabawo of the nation because I'm standing as a communication link between our guests and you as the beneficiaries of today's message. So each one of us has a particular role to play that I manage and lead this process with diligence. And on the other hand, you do your part. You be seated and listen quietly and digest what our guests are going to share with us. And the choir to do what it does best. The lawyers are people who like to do things diligently and on time. We are out of time, but we are not going to do things in haste because this day is dedicated to Utata Wethu. I was just greeting and saying, here we are today, and I'm going to invite Professor Buhlungu, the Vice Chancellor of the university, and also to extend the welcome as the head of the household. Professor Buhlungu.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you, Dabao. Honorable Chief Justice Raymond Zondo, before I acknowledge others, I just want to formally and officially welcome you to Fort Hare, and also to thank you for making the time. We started this process with the law faculty dean last year to have Justice Zondo come over last year to give the talk. But he was engaged in a whole lot of other things. I suspect he was writing the conclusion to the Zondo Commission report. That's But the reason I thought I should start with him is, one, he is our keynote speaker today on O.R. Tambo, but also because it's his first time at Fort Hare. So I said we could give him a welcome for stepping for the first time on the ground of Fort Hare. We're very pleased, CJ, and once again, I'm not going to tell that story about cycling. I'll leave that out. But let me then proceed to welcome first the special guests, and it's not necessarily in the correct sequence. I want to welcome the judges, the justices, and the different ones. But up on stage, Justice Matlanga is here. Maybe you could just wave so they see you. Also, Justice is also a justice in the Constitutional Court. And I also want to welcome Justice Mba, who's a retired justice. He was president of the Supreme Court of Appeal, am I right? Yeah? Of the Electoral Court. Justice Mba, thank you for coming. And I want to welcome also the judge who's standing in for the Judge President of the Eastern Cape. Once again, Justice, please, you could, yes. From the High Court in the Eastern Cape. And others, I'm not going to acknowledge everybody, time does not permit, and Professor Zlama Makanya has done a good job by acknowledging many people. So I'm going to skip a little bit. But let me also then, another special acknowledgement and greeting to the Chancellor of the University, Advocate Dumisa Zebeza SC. Even if you don't wave, Chancellor, everybody sees you, everybody knows you. But I just want to, I just want to say also, these days, when I'm introducing Advocate Zebeza, I'm never certain. I'm never certain. He's a Chancellor of the university. He's an SC, but also he's a judge of the African Court for Human Rights. So he wears that hat as well. Some of you don't know. Some of you don't know. So he's one of our judges in the room. Dr. Koena is the deputy chairperson of the council of the university, and I think it's very important that you wave. I must say that today we've just finished a tour, that's why we came a little late. We've just finished a tour of campus with several of the people here and others in the audience. And during the tour, a lot of stories were told. A lot of stories were told. And I'm going to single out a few people so that next time, if you don't want your stories to be told, don't say them in front of me. Dr. Koena is a child of Fort Hare, in the literal sense. Her father was a professor of law, and Dr. Koena was born on campus, here on this campus. I want to also thank members of the convocation. I don't know if the president, Mr. Mini, is here. I also want to members of council, apart from Dr. Koena. And I want to also thank the members of the Management Executive Committee there. I'm not going to make them show their hands yet. Members of Senate, the academics of the university who carry the research and teaching load, students, staff. But my greetings are not complete without greeting the two mayors that play host to our university and university campuses. I'm going to do the undone and ask them to stand so that you can see them. You can see them. I'm going to start with Mayor Sango, Mayor of Raymond Mhlaba. Usapumile, okay, all right. And I'm also going to ask the Honorable Mayor of Raymond Mhlaba to stand and speak. Yeah? Yeah? What did I say? Of Buffalo City, to stand. Honorable Mayor Fagu, I want to say two things. First of all, congratulations on being appointed mayor of our great city. And officially now, you are the host-in-chief for Fort Hare. And we're going to have that meeting. And please, once again, accept our congratulations. I'm also, so that I'm not seen to be partial, I'm done with you, so that I'm seen not to be partial, I'm going to also acknowledge Councillor Ngaye, Speaker of the Raymond Mhlaba Municipality. As I've said, members of Senate, members of the SRC. I saw one SRC person. Now back. President Sukuma Sikbon. And then Secretary General Sukuma Banbakbon. you'll agree with me that it's rare in this country to have both the president of the SRC and the secretary being women, but here they are, and they can do the job. I want to greet other members of the community. We live with several communities. The most important to us is the community of Alice, not just the town, the villages. Of course, Buffalo City, both in Bisho and East London, those communities are ours too. So, greetings once again. I'm not going to say anything. I was told long ago that when you invite a speaker, don't try to sound intelligent. Let the speaker, that's the job of the speaker. But I'm reminded that the O.R. Tambo lecture is an annual lecture. And it's been running before our time. It's been running. Mr. Andile Tambo, please wave, family member. Thank you very much. We've been working with the family for years now, running this lecture. There were years when we couldn't run it for all sorts of reasons, especially under COVID. Oliver Tambo graduated from this university in 1942. 1942. It's gone up in the gallery, his picture, 1942. Was one of the brightest students that this university had seen. Came out with a BSc. Later became a lawyer. That's another story. But I'm reminded, and as the Chief Justice is about to address us, of words that Oliver Tambo made to a gathering of his comrades when they were still in exile. And it's very important that we remember these words because for me, they are words of wisdom. He said, comrades, you may think, and you're right, that fighting a war is a difficult undertaking. But then he extended that and he said, but you will be surprised to know, once we're liberated, that building a country, running a country, is even more difficult. It's even more difficult. And I think us inviting Justice Zondo to this resonates very well with that philosophical approach to running society, liberation, and so on. Because the difficulties that we face seem to dwarf those that we faced before. And many a time you hear abantu, comrades, bathi hayi bekungcono nangaphambili. Bathi idolophu bezingemdakazi ngolu hlobo. Imali bingebiwa ngolu hlobo. Abantu bebangabulawa ngolu hlobo. Bebulala nabodwa. So those words by Oliver Tambo should guide us in the way we think about this country, about this society. And as Forte, we are very committed, we're very proud of having groomed that talent called Oliver Tambo up to graduation. And he went around the world, but wherever he was, he represented with dignity this university. And we therefore hold these memorial lectures with a great deal of pride. Thank you very much, and please welcome the next person.
Thank you very much, Prof. There's one thing as well I want to avoid. You know, when the boys are coming back from the bush and the elderly will share the words of wisdom in panel beating the men that have just graduated from the bush. the moral of the story. When these junior men were still in the bush, they had a messenger boy. The messenger boy, we call it Ingalat. And Ingalat is the one who ferries the food between the homestead and the bush. And before the Umkweta could eat the food, the Ngalati would do what we call ukongula. So I want to avoid to be an Ingalati today. Ndongule. But let me call upon Professor Njotini, who's our dean, to reflect on the purpose of this lecture, reflecting on justice, democracy, and the rule of law. Prof.
Thank you, Program Director. I feel pressured already. Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Chief Justice Raymond Zondo, Justice of the Constitutional Court of South Africa, Honorable Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga, retired Justice of the Supreme Court of Appeal, Honorable Justice Mba, judges of the Eastern Cape Division of the High Court, as led by the Honorable Judge Tammy Beshe, Chancellor of the University of Fort Hare, Advocate Dumisa Ntsebeza, the Deputy Chairperson of Council of the University of Fort Hare, Dr. Sipokazi Koyana, members of Council joining today's proceedings virtually, UFH Convocation President, Advocate Andile Mini, Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Fort Hare, Professor Sakela Buhlungu, Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University of Fort Hare, Professor Renuka Vethal, Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University of Fort Hare, Dr. Mayaba, members of Senate, members of the family of our alumnus luminari, or Tambo, that are present here at Kulomsito, members of the Management Executive Committee of the University of Fort Hare, members of the Extended Management Team of the University of Fort Hare, deans of faculties, deputy deans, members of the task team, coming both from the Faculty of Law and Institutional Advancement. The team oversaw the management and organization of this event. The newly elected mayor of the Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality, Honorable Princess Faku, Mayor of the Raymond Mhlaba Local Municipality, Honorable Nomhle Sango, members of the House of Traditional Leaders of the Eastern Cape that are present here today, elected councillors, members and leaders of various political organizations, members of staff of the University of Fort Hare, President of the SRC, members of the SRC, members of the media that are present here today. All protocols are observed. Program Director, it was the 16th of February 2022 that the Faculty of Law received correspondence from the Office of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Sakela Buhlungu, urging the faculty to please organize and host the OR Tambo public lecture. This communication was couched in the following manner. I want to zoom in to the wording, the key wording of the request. Professor M. Njotini, Dean, Faculty of Law, University of Fort Hare. The correspondence continued. Dear Professor Njotini, prestigious annual university public lecture to be hosted by the university, by the Faculty of Law. I beg your pardon. When I started this academic career some years back, I was told about the necessity to know your line manager. You must study your line manager and knows the tone of the correspondence that you receive. I do that with Professor Vithal, my immediate line manager. And the reason for doing so is to know how to respond. So, some of us who would infrequently come into contact with the Vice Chancellor know that this is not how our Vice Chancellor will normally greet. Dear Professor Njotini, no. Don't get me wrong. The Vice Chancellor is always collegial and nice to all the colleagues. But as I've said, dear Professor Njotini, no. So on receipt of this correspondence, I therefore needed to understand the tone that underlies this correspondence. And I want to submit that, indeed, this is not how the VC will greet a Professor Njotini. I've heard my surname, I think the word I'm looking for is butchered, right? My surname has been butchered. I've been called all sorts of, it's been pronounced in strange ways. I've been called Nyotini. I've been called Njatini. So what I've noticed is that the VC has added into the list of colleagues who butcher my surname. But it's better, it's acceptable levels. So this is the tone that I understood the correspondence to actually be communicating. I will try my best. Professor Njontini, jonga apha man. Kuko la lecture ka OR, iminyaka mibini khangela. Khawuncede ke lungisa lanto. This is how I understood the tone of of course, there was prestigious, which really was like, oh my goodness, this is pressure. But now that the tone was clear, we then put together a task team consisting of colleagues from the Faculty of Law and Institutional Advancement. 2 days before our first meeting, 4 colleagues came into my office and asked, Dean, by the way, what is the theme of the OR Tambo public lecture? And who will do the keynote address? As I was visibly frozen and rooted to my chair, I overheard one of the colleagues saying, well, the Dean will have to provide leadership. The Dean will have to lead us. It was ndazama ke explain the azela apo the bopama bande because I needed to show leadership, and at that time we had not started with the conceptualization of the public lecture. It was after the colleagues had left the office that I started composing myself, and I was mumbling, umbombozela ngesixhosa, saying, no, there's no dean here that's going to lead. Instead, I'll make this their problem. I wrote the email to all the team members to provide me with the suggested themes. I think there's a phenomenon by those, by colleagues in higher offices, especially when they want to flex, by end of business today. I omitted that part. I said, no, it shouldn't be by end of business today. But I was shocked to receive numerous emails from colleagues suggesting a number of themes that could be discussed in the team. using VC's famous word, kangela, when he wants to emphasize a point. Some of the colleagues were even suggesting what they termed innovative, fresh, and fresh themes for the lecture. Having gone through all the suggestions, it was my respectful view that the recommended themes did not sufficiently speak to the importance of the lecture, because the word from the request, prestigious, and again, as enunciated in the letter from the VC's office. As such, my view was that the themes did not sufficiently recognize how the law or legal instruments can be used as a pivotal vehicle for social transformation, social justice, and social development. During the time when the themes were being shared by colleagues, I was particularly mindful of what our Sitwalandwe or Tambo had said during the time when he was still in exile. Open quote, "What we need in South Africa is that our humanity should be acknowledged." VC, I remember asking a group of legal academics and lawyers in a conference in Pretoria, that a conference titled, organized by the South African Charter of the International Association of Women Judges in Pretoria, UNISA. I asked, what relevance does, for example, the right to human dignity, what does this right have in terms of relevance to that particular homeless person who lives in the streets and uses card boxes and plastics to cover and warm his or her body? I ask this question because, in my view, we as the society can no longer maintain or sustain human happiness and contentment through or in the midst of exacerbated social imbalances. Justice Maslanga, there is a 2018 South Korean television drama series titled Children of a Lesser God. The title of the series illustrates the content, the actual content of the series. I'm by no means going to indicate what that series talks about, but the content centers on children of the lesser God. I want to say, however, that there seems to be something wrong with the legal system or even legal principles that do not adequately enable individuals in society to augment their human potential. That's number one. There is everything wrong, in my view, for a legal system or legal principle that do not sufficiently enhance the ability of all individuals to contribute to their development and the development of the society they belong to. However, one gets a sense of relief that the Constitutional Court has over the years been instrumental in giving effect to the notion of justice, insofar as the latter concept is encapsulated in the preamble to the Constitution. There are various cases that deals with this, but we see it in Chopra Checkers Pty Ltd versus MEC for Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism, Eastern Cape and others. First National Bank of South Africa Ltd, trading as West Bank versus Commissioner, South African Revenue Service, and another. City of Johannesburg Metropolitan Municipality versus Blue Moon Properties 39 Pty Ltd, and another. And again, the list goes on. But what I want to submit to you, colleagues, today is that the Concord alone, that is the Constitutional Court alone, will not address all the injustices or inequalities that are still prevalent in society. It takes all of us. Yesterday, as we were traveling from the airport with Justice Mba, we talked about the need to expand the law, the need to further develop the law. Because there is a lingering question relating to the sufficiency of the law as a singular mechanism to propel the sustenance and enrichment of human potential, happiness, and contentment. Simply, we can ask the question, does law triumph justice or vice versa? If so, does democracy have a role to play in the latter regard? And again, if the answer is yes, what is it that democracy can play in that differentiation? Ladies and gentlemen, these questions inform the discussion we are having today or about to have today. They particularly touch on the theme of this public lecture, that is examining the dichotomy between justice, democracy, and the rule of law. I thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I should have warned you. Do you see how many speakers do we have in the program? Do you see how many speakers do we have? If there are 10, it means there are 20. Because after each speaker, I will also speak. If that is me, colleagues, Prof. Jotini has set the tone, which means we, as Forte, we are the think tank of this country. Because for 3 days until today, the National Department of Justice is in Midrand with all the stakeholders focusing on the constitution of this country, on how far we have come, and also the road ahead. Tambo, on how far we have come. So I'm calling upon Utatu Tambo and say a few words as we welcome him on the podium. Thank you, Dad.
Good afternoon to everyone. So I would like to greet all of you. First of all, I would like to greet Vice Chancellor of the university, Mr. Dumisan Sebenza. I heard they said something about him, and all who contributed to this special event of our Tambo. And also greet those, okay, sorry. And the Willis wonke, abazizithethe ezihlukahlukeneyo. Ndibulise isithethi sosuku uChief Justice Zondo. Ndiyaxolisa kakhulu ukuba ngalifumananga ithuba elilaneleyo lokuba ndibe sisithethi ngenxa ke ukuba kube nethuba elifutshane. Sifikile apha siyifamily yakwa Tambo. Ndibonile nenkosi yethu uGazula sinaye, ndiyacinga namanye amakhosi aphuma eBizana akhona. Ngokufutshane nje siyifamily yakwa Tambo, ngamanye amaxesha sibhekana nama challenges amakhulu kakhulu. ikakhulukazi lo challenges befuna ukwazi ukuthi sibe abantwana babafowabo OR Tambo history ka OR Tambo. Kuza ukhumbuleka kubantu abaninzi abalapha eSouth Africa ukuba umuntu ubengu Oliver Tambo ubehola inhlangano okanye ebeyilida yenhlangano ebivalwe umlomo eyayivalwe umlomo esaziwa ukuba uliphekula zikhuni bekungathethwa ngaye even nakubazali bethu bekungalulanga abasixelela into ezininzi ngaye kodwa ngamaxesha athile bekuye kwenzeke kufike abantu abathile bevakashile ekhaya babonana notata mhlambe xa besisenza lonto besiyenza egadini mhlambe sibiya noba silungisa into besilungisa bebecela ithuba lokuba babuze izinto ezahlukahlukene kuye ndandiendi kwazi ukumamela izinto ezithile nabantu semfutshane into ayayithethe utata kulowo madoda ayifuna ulwazi ngaye waye athi umfowethu uyeza uhamba eqatshula amachain uzobuya nami ndiye ndicinga basenhleni namanye bafana endilusa nabo nenandikhula nabo ndithi kuthiwa phaya ekhaya khona indoda enkulu enamandla eyabe qhaqhumisa amachain ndingazi uba ndithetha ngantoni ngenhlahla uThixo usigcinile sakwazi ukumbona sathetha naye kuyinhlungu kuba ke usishiyile engayibonanga lenkululeko kodwa ke okukhulu kunakho konke nakuba ube khona iminyaka engama-30 ehola i-ANC bakwazile abaholi be-ANC ukuba baqhubeke nenkululeko nokuphatha umbutho nangexesha elinzima kakhulu endingakusho ke okufutshane njengoba ndisilo nathi bengingakulungiselanga kahle ukuba kule ndawo ukubulela kubo bonke abantu ababethe bayingxenye yalo msitho omkhulu kangaka abathe baphumelela ukuba babe yingxenye yokuzokwazi ngale ndoda esebenze umsebenzi omkhulu kangaka esebenzele elizwe lase South Africa nathi sonke ndiyabulela ke ufumana ilithuba enkosi.
Thank you, Tatu Tambo. We are so very happy that today we are gathered at this sports complex and listen to Umlumiso waka Tatu Tambo. I hope you understand what I mean by Umlumiso. Whilst the choir is being ready, Prof. Buhlungu, there was a student that came into my office to lay a complaint because he was not just dismissed from the choir, he was expelled from the choir because the voice was so UGLY. So the voice was not fitting the choir. So the student wanted to find out whether there'll be some remedies that he can try and find out as a compensation against the expulsion, not the dismissal. A dismissal, you can find a way to come back, but when you are expelled, it means that go away, don't come back. Choir, this is you.
Sinasia kia,
Thank you very much, choir. Now we are getting to the gist and content of the day. Whilst I'm waiting for Justice Matlanga to come to the fore and tell us, who is Justice Raymond Zondo? Let's hear. Justice Matlanga.
I just have to pull this down for obvious reasons. And Justice Makanya Ntlama likes to make a meal of it. This morning she was hugging me and she went down like this. I thought it was exaggerated. Chief Justice, my colleagues, the justices, the Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor, the Deputy Chairperson of Council, I assume that you will grant me permission to piggyback on the elaborate greetings by Professors Makanya Ntlama and Jotini. I hope I've not butchered the surname, Professor. And I thank you all for granting me the permission. A baby boy, kuthi bantu, iziduko nezithakazelo into ebaluleke kakhulu. Ke ngoko ndibona kufanele okokuba ndithi lo endiza kumphakamisa nguZondo, uMthiyane, uThumbela, uNjayinduna, uNdaba, uSokhulu, uSigangane, uSobotshane, uSohlaza. Kuyabonakala umama wakhe osele asishiyayo akakho apha ngeyizela ngoku. Esi siduko nezi zithakazelo ndizicengcelezileyo zibaluleke kakhulu kubuyena lo kaZondo. I choose to start here to show that whatever our status, we dare not lose our sense of identity. A baby boy by the name of Raymond Mnyamezeli Mlungisi Zondo was born and raised in rural KwaZulu. I cannot but highlight the fact that he was born into and grew up in the midst of untold, palpable poverty. I will tell you that you do not know true poverty until you have heard the life story of uSohlaza. At the funeral of his late mother, he told the story of how poor they were when he grew up, how difficult it sometimes was even to have food for the day. As he gave this narrative, tears welled up in my eyes and started rolling down. I highlight this aspect of the life story of Ndaba to make the point that had he thrown his hands up and resigned himself to the circumstances that engulfed him, he would not be where he is today. He took his destiny into his hands. Look at where he is today. Sheer determination, true strength of character, Dingati, njengoko igama lakhe ingumnyamezeli, wanyamezela de waba uphumelele. I'm going to be very brief, lest we spend the whole day going through the very long list of achievements of this accomplished man. After matriculating, he went to the University of Zululand, where he obtained the B.Juris degree. Thereafter, he was awarded the LLB degree from the then University of Natal. Of course, that was enough for the purpose of practice and indeed even for later becoming a judge. But Ray's insatiable appetite for education would not allow him to stop there. He was later to obtain not one, not two, but 3 LLM degrees. The first, which was awarded cum laude in labor law, the second in commercial law, and the third in patent law. Akuzozinto sizenza kakhulu ke thina bantsundu ezo. Ingekuko ukuba asithandi koko nje imeko ekuyiyo siye sithanda ukubekelwa pha. Uthi noba sele uyenzile ungaze ufumane tu kwamsebenzi odibanisana lonto. Nanku naye une-masters zayo andiqondi uba wakho wayisebenza uChief Justice walonto. This shows that Umtiane is academically inclined, a key attribute towards the scholarliness required by our job. Very briefly about his working career, few among us can claim to have seen in flesh iqhawe lomzabalazo umama uVictoria Mxenge. Ray did not only see her, he worked for her. The struggles of workers were closely bound up with the struggle against apartheid. In her work as a lawyer for freedom fighters, Umama Mxenge ended up attracting labor law work. Ray's timing could not have been more perfect. When he asked to serve articles under her, she said that her office had a lot of labor law work about which they knew nothing whatsoever. She instructed Ray to start within her practice an office that would focus only on labor law. She offered to buy him whatever book or work material he required, and something that is unheard of, Ray, an article clerk, was even given his own secretary. Abantu abayaziyo into yobu article clerk uyi-messenger nje basically. URay yena une-office kuthiwa thenga kwanto oyifunayo ibize njengegama ndiza kuyithenga agqiba bene-secretary uyi-article clerk ngelo xesha i-candidate attorney these days. He took up the challenge and gave it his all. This experience was to contribute immensely to his incontestable expertise in labor law. That experience led to Ray becoming a judge of the Labor Court and subsequently a judge of the then Transvaal Provincial Division of the Supreme Court, now the Gauteng Division of the High Court. As was to be expected, he was later appointed to the position of Judge President of the Labor Court and the Labor Appeal Court. In 2012, he was appointed as a Justice of the Constitutional Court. In 2017, he became Deputy Chief Justice. What brought Justice Zondo to the public eye is that soon after his elevation to Deputy Chief Justiceship, he was appointed to head the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into State Capture, a task he was widely hailed to have performed admirably. Last year, 2022, the President appointed him Chief Justice. Let me say unreservedly that under Ray, the South African judiciary is in capable hands. Calm, level-headed, never acting on impulse, hard-working, studious, scholarly, and above all, wise, all of which are indispensable tools for heading one of the 3 constitutional arms of state, the judiciary. Sohlaza andizulibalise labali, ndidla ngolibalisa loba nje inye into endiyikhalazela ngawe. Abalirhalelayo lo bali ke ndabasebezela ecaleni. Let me present to you uThumbane, the Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa. I want to emphasize that many, and unfortunately even lawyers, make the mistake of referring to the Chief Justice as the Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court. There is no such. I repeat, Umtiane is the Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa. Andazke noba dingacho noba ngicela uphakame ndaba noba eka Professor Makhanya na Mhlama lo ndawo ngicela uphakame ndaba ngiyabonga.
Okay, it's okay. Wat goeie pumps up, né? Ja, ja, right. Thank you very much, my brother, Justice Matlanga Bungane, makhulukhulu, waze wangisho kahle. Ndiyabulela. Thank you for that very good introduction. Thank you, Program Director. The Justice Madlanga, the justices of the various high courts present here, Vice Chancellor, or Chancellor first, Vice Chancellor, family members of the late O.R. Tambo present here, Deputy Vice Chancellor, members of the Senate present, Chairperson of the Council, deans of the various faculties, academic staff, President of the SRC, and other members of the SRC present, all the students of the university present here, the administrative staff, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is for me a singular honor to have been invited by this university to deliver the 2023 O.R. Tambo Public Lecture. And I take this opportunity to express my gratitude and appreciation to the Vice Chancellor and his team for deeming it fit to invite me to deliver this lecture today. It is a singular honor that I've been invited to deliver this lecture because it is a lecture to honor one of the most outstanding sons, not just of our country, but of this continent. One of the most outstanding freedom fighters, one of the most outstanding leaders that this country has produced. Therefore, it is important that one acknowledges this special privilege to have been invited to deliver a lecture in memory of somebody so outstanding. It is my first time to set foot at this historic institution, which has produced great leaders in different spheres of life, including politics. Those great leaders include those who went on to become prime ministers and presidents of countries such as President Nelson Mandela, and others on the continent. particularly in SADC countries. This historic institution has also produced leaders of organizations such as the late O.R. Tambo, who led the African National Congress in exile for about 30 years. Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, former president of the Inkatha Freedom Party, and many others alive or who have passed on. Our continent owes this historic institution a huge debt for the work that this institution has done, not just for South Africa, but for a number of countries for whom it produced leaders. It was my mother's wish that when I finished my matric, I should come and study at this university. She had this wish because she had come across some professionals who had studied in this institution and who represented this institution very beautifully. And she thought at least one of her children, if she or he went to university, should come to this university. I too wished to come to this university, but ultimately I had to go to the University of Zululand because this university was too far from my home, and the traveling costs alone would have been prohibitive. At least the University of Zululand was not so far. For my address today, I've chosen the title, Oliver Tambo, His Values and Contribution to Justice, Democracy, and the Rule of Law. In dealing with this topic, I wish to begin by pointing out that quite obviously, this address is about Oliver Tambo's values and his contribution in the struggle against apartheid and for the attainment of freedom for the majority of this country. That struggle was one struggle. There was no separate struggle for justice, a separate struggle for democracy, and a separate struggle for the rule of law. The majority of the people of this country were oppressed by a white, racist minority, and there was no justice, no democracy, and no rule of law. The struggle for justice and democracy included the rule of law. Indeed, Oliver Tambo's entire adult life was devoted to the elimination of apartheid and the attainment of justice, democracy, and the rule of law. In dealing with Oliver Tambo's values and his contribution to justice, democracy, and the rule of law, I will not attempt to cover his whole life because it cannot be covered in a lecture of about an hour. I propose to refer to various parts of his life and highlight or deal with his values and certain features of his contribution to democracy, justice, and the rule of law. Excuse me. Oliver Tambo was born on 27 October 1917 in Kantolo at Bizana, in what is now known as the Eastern Cape. As a boy, he experienced the rural life that all African boys experienced at the time in rural areas. He herded cattle like all boys and got involved in various activities that parents and their children in rural areas experienced, which would include working in the fields, plowing and harvesting the fields during harvesting time. Of course, children would be assisting their parents in such activities. When he went to school on his first day and was asked what his name was, he said it was Kaizana. And the teacher told him that that was his home name. And the teacher needed, and he needed to have a school name. Igama lesikole. Sikhula ke thina bekuba khona lesikole kube khona nelecawe. The teacher asked him to go back home and ask his parents to give him a school name and a second name, which the teacher said should be one of his ancestors' names. When Kaizana got home and told his parents what the teacher had said, his father said that his school name was Oliver, and his second name was Tambo. When one hears this part of Oliver Tambo's story, one remembers that in the case of Nelson Mandela, his teacher also asked him his name. And when Mandela told him he was Rolihlahla, his teacher wanted an English name. But Nelson Mandela was not lucky to be asked to go home and ask his parents to give him a school name. The teacher decided to give him a school name and said his school name would be Nelson, which is the name by which he ultimately became known globally. Oliver Tambo was exposed to apartheid even before he came to this university. He was exposed to the reality of racial segregation when he was a learner at St. Peter's in Johannesburg. The author of Oliver Tambo, Beyond the Ngeli Mountains, Kalinikos, talking about the environment in the neighborhood of St. Peter's, says that as you left the school, you would notice the gate of a house which would be written, "Dogs and natives not allowed." She says you would walk and see a baby, barely 2 years old, sitting at a pavement with an African woman. The baby looks up to you as you walk past, and with the full tenderness of her little voice, shouts, "You Kefa?" A phrase which must comprise the first few words she would have learnt from her mother. That is enough to show you that apartheid was right in your face wherever you went. It is not necessary to give other examples to show that apartheid was strong and was enforced vigorously at the time. That is well known. Excuse me. When Oliver Tambo did his JC, which was called Junior Certificate, I think now it would be grade 10, he passed an examination that was written both by black and white students with first class, together with one other African learner, student, and they made history because no African learner or student had achieved such a pass before. Indeed, Oliver Tambo passed at school with flying colors. When he came to this university, he wanted to study medicine, but he discovered that the university did not offer medicine, but had a 4-year medical diploma in which he was not interested. He then decided to enroll for a BSc degree with maths and science as his majors. He chose to take maths and science as his majors despite warnings from other students that these were very difficult subjects. He had also ascertained that many African students normally did not take BSc with maths and science as majors, and he wanted to take BSc with maths and science as majors in order to make a contribution to closing the gap in terms of which there were few or no African students who took that degree with those measures. If one looks at his reasons for taking BSc with maths and science as majors, it seems to me that it wasn't just for him only, but he must have wanted to pave the way for others so that they could see that it was possible and that it could be done, particularly because there were so many African students who were told or advised not to take BSc and certainly not maths and science as measures on the basis that they were very difficult. When Oliver Tambo was at this university and he stayed at Beda Hall, it did not take long before he made a name for himself in debates. Already at that time, when he was a student here, he was seen as a clear thinker who always saw both sides of a problem. Excuse me. There are two incidents which happened while he was a student at this institution that appear to have made a significant contribution to his focus in politics. The one incident was an African lady who worked in the kitchen who was assaulted by a white boarding master, kicked and beaten because it was alleged that she had carelessly broken crockery. When Oliver Tambo and other students became aware of this, they took this matter up and took the position that whatever the African lady had done, the boarding master had no right to beat her, to kick her. They discussed, that is, the students, what to do about this matter. And ultimately decided that they would boycott lectures, but that they would do so in a peaceful and disciplined manner. And it is said that the peaceful part and the disciplined manner part was due to Oliver Tambo's influence. One of the options that had been considered would have had some elements or would have had the risk of violence. Already in the discussion around this incident, that Oliver Tambo was someone who was methodical in his analysis of issues was becoming noticeable. He was very strategic in his approach when dealing with a problem. That incident led to a boycott of lectures, but there was an incident later on which Oliver Tambo definitely led. He had made a proposal that a tennis court that had not been used for some time be rebuilt so that students over weekends could use it, and had obtained support from various stakeholders, including students, who then used their time to rebuild this tennis court. But when it had been built and it was ready, and the warden, Bishop Smythe, was told about it and was told by Oliver Tambo, was very excited. He said nothing doing. He said the students who were Methodists and those who were Presbyterian, their churches did not allow them to play on a Sunday, and therefore there should be no games on Sunday. And he said the Anglicans might not have such a rule, but if the students who were Anglicans played, they would be a temptation to the Methodist students and Presbyterian, who would then be tempted to effectively break their church's rules and play on Sunday. This ultimately led to a boycott of lectures, or actually a decision to not cooperate with the authorities, with the result, for example, that when they went to Mass in the morning, they had decided that they would not sing hymns. They would not say anything. They didn't want to break rules, so they made sure that they did not break rules, but they did not cooperate. But all attempts, including attempts by Professor Matthews to assist to resolve this matter, did not succeed because Bishop Smythe and the authorities were clear that this was not going to happen, and ultimately they gave an ultimatum to the students to either abide by the decision by Bishop Smythe, failing which they would be expelled. Many of you would have heard that Oliver Tambo was a devout Christian, and that he was a very prayerful man. It is said that on the day when he was given an ultimatum to choose between abiding by Bishop Smythe's decision or continuing with the position taken by the students, he asked for an opportunity to go and pray about this. And after he had prayed at the chapel, he said it was not going to be in accordance with his religion, and of course was subsequently expelled. By that time, he had received his BSc degree and was working towards a teaching diploma, postgraduate teaching diploma. Later on, he was to get a job at St. Peter's, where he had been a learner previously, and ultimately spent many years in Johannesburg, where he met again with Nelson Mandela, with whom he had been at this university. And he met Walter Sisulu as well, and ultimately joined the ANC. Oliver Tambo was not somebody who would push others so that he would be in front. He did not like limelight. He was happy to allow others to take the limelight. He was more interested in strategizing for whatever he and others were involved in, and planning. He had a high intellect. But this was noticed when he was in the ANC by many. And they sought to ensure that he took leadership positions. I'm not going to go into various activities that he got involved in the struggle. But I think what is very important at this stage is to look at the values that this man had. What were the values that drove him to do as much as he did, some of which I will deal with just now, in order to ensure that apartheid is eliminated and freedom for the majority of people in this country was attained. One of his values was humility. I've just mentioned that he didn't like limelight. Another one was integrity. Another one was selflessness. He cared for other people. Those were some of the values that were at the foundation of his being. He distinguished himself as a logical thinker, as a strategist, and as somebody who worked methodically. In 1958, in Sophiatown, there was a meeting which was discussing a stay-at-home that was going on at the time. And he and others were discussing in that meeting what should be done about the stay-at-home. And one of the people who were there suggested that since the stay-at-home was doing so well, they should stay at home until freedom is attained. It was at that stage that Oliver Tambo said, "No, but we can't do that. If we stay at home until freedom is attained, what are we going to eat?" He then said, you have land in Rustenburg, because that speaker was from Rustenburg. And when you plow your land in Rustenburg, you plow it acre by acre until you finish it. In other words, you do what you can for now and then continue until you have finished. He didn't know that that was going to earn him a nickname, Sigindima. Kwathiwa uSigindima ngoba indima ngithi uyazi ukuthi iyasikwa. But that name spoke to what a logical thinker he was, and the fact that he was a methodical person. That method is something that he is accredited as having used fruitfully throughout the 30 years he led the ANC in exile. And was able to achieve what he achieved. I said earlier on that he was a selfless man, but he was also very committed to the cause of the elimination of apartheid and the attainment of freedom. And he had identified and embraced the ANC as the organization that would help achieve that. In 1959, he was elected as deputy president of the ANC. And at that stage, the leadership of the ANC suspected that the ANC could be banned anytime. And Chief Luthuli, who was president of the ANC at the time, sent a message to him to say, be ready to leave this country if the ANC gets banned, so that you can tell the outside world about the ANC struggle against apartheid and the ANC, the people's struggle for freedom. Because if the ANC is banned, we could all be detained, and it would be good that the world continues to hear the ANC's message. As it turned out, soon after the Sharpeville massacre, he had to leave South Africa and honor the instruction. When he had to tell his wife, Adelaide, about this instruction, it was not easy. He had to take her on a drive. They parked somewhere in a park because now he was going to tell her something that was going to change their lives so much. He was about to leave the country, leave her behind, and not knowing when he would come back. and I guess not knowing how we would survive. But he said to his wife, I cannot say no to the movement, so I will have to go. And indeed he went in March 1960. His wife was to follow in 6 months' time. And his mandate was to get international support for the struggle against apartheid, for the ANC, so that the international community could put pressure on the apartheid government in order to make sure that the apartheid government agreed to negotiations with the representatives of the people. But they were very careful that they didn't want the international world to take over. They wanted support for the ANC and the people of South Africa in their struggle against apartheid. During the 30 years that excuse me, the ANC in exile was fighting, there were many challenges that Oliver Tambo faced as firstly the acting president and later president of the ANC. He regarded his first job as keeping the ANC together. And when some of those who had joined him, who were members of the ANC, complained that at certain stages it looked like there was nothing effective that the ANC was doing, he kept their hope by telling them that ultimately victory against apartheid was certain. It seems that no matter what happened, he was very clear that victory was certain. I talked about his humility. It is said that when he visited the Quadro camp, which had a lot of abuses that happened, Oliver Tambo, during meal times, would stand in a queue like everybody. And after eating, would wash his plate just like everybody. He didn't say, I'm the head of this organization. The conditions were hard. When everybody slept on the floor because there were no beds, he slept on the floor too. He didn't look for a bed for himself. When his wife complained to him in London that whenever I visited home, he would still have a lot of ANC people who wanted to see him, even though he was at home, and therefore would end up not having time for the children. His answer was to say, but there are those comrades who are on Robben Island who don't even get a chance to see their children. Which meant that he was saying, whatever our situations, we must remember that there are some who are in a worse situation, and the struggle that we are in demands that we go through these challenges. During the first 10 years of his exile, it is said that Oliver Tambo would hardly get a chance to see his family 4 times in 6 months. He was always busy with the work that he had been given. While in exile, 2 big conferences were held under his leadership. The Morogoro Conference in 1969 and the Kabwe Conference in 1985. And when you look at how he dealt with them, with the conferences, you can see the Democrat in Oliver Tambo. Even when there were some who were criticizing him and saying that he was always traveling, he listened to them, allowed them the opportunity to criticize him, and dealt with issues. He was a true Democrat. At the Kabwe Conference, some of those who were in leadership positions suggested that the voting for the election of a new NEC should be by way of a slate, so that it would be a group of candidates and you vote for all of them. And Tambo said, no, the ballot will be secret in order to make sure that those who would be elected would have been elected properly. Oliver Tambo succeeded in gaining support from various countries in the world and organizations to support the struggle against apartheid, and some to support the ANC. And many people joined in putting pressure on the apartheid government. Sanctions were imposed against the apartheid government. But around 1985, somehow Oliver Tambo sensed that the time was right for the ANC to begin to be ready for negotiations. And 1985 is the year when some of you who are old enough here may remember, was the year when P.W. Botha, who was president of South Africa, failed to cross the Rubicon. It was the year when there was a big hullabaloo that he was going to give a big speech in which he would announce the unbanning of political organizations and the removal of various apartheid laws. It was said that the speech had been written by Big Botha, who was known to be more liberal than some of the ministers in P.W. Botha's cabinet. But ultimately, P.W. Botha apparently got cold feet and did not make that speech. On the contrary, he made a speech in which he was very belligerent and said to all of us, don't push me too far, with a finger that he was wagging. The following day, Oliver Tambo called a press conference and said P.W. Botha suffered from cold feet. But then he made a call which proved to be very important in advancing the struggle against apartheid and in putting pressure on the apartheid government to seriously consider negotiations. He called upon business, church organizations, students, intellectuals, and professionals to reach out to the ANC to talk about the future of this country. And indeed, in months that followed, there were various deputations, people from churches, people from business and intellectuals who went to see the ANC, even against the wishes of the apartheid government. And more pressure was put on the apartheid government. What is the kind of country that Oliver Tambo and his peers wanted for this country? They wanted a democratic and non-racial and a non-sexist South Africa. They wanted a South Africa where people would have houses. They wanted a South Africa where children will get proper education that would give them jobs, that would enable them to take their rightful place in the economy of the country. They wanted a South Africa in which women would feel free to walk the streets. They wanted a South Africa in which all of us would prosper. And they were prepared to sacrifice a lot in order to achieve that. The question that arises is whether, since '94, we have advanced their vision, we have advanced their dream, we have honored their sacrifices. And Oliver Tambo passed on before 27 April 1994, when we had that big election. Having worked so hard and having made such an immense contribution to the liberation of this country, he was unable to taste how freedom was like. That places a lot of burden on all of us to do whatever we can to make sure that the country that South Africa is the country for which he and others like Nelson Mandela, Walter Sisulu, Robert Sobukwe, Steve Biko fought for. And if we turn this country into a country that has no resemblance to the one they envisioned, it would mean we show no appreciation for the huge sacrifices that they made. But when one looks at the journey that we have traveled as a country from 1994, and we look at where we are, there are many things that we see every day which are the opposite of what these leaders sacrificed for. There are many things, features of South African life, which are completely in conflict with the kind of South Africa that Oliver Tambo worked for and sacrificed so much for. I had, as you all know, the honor and privilege to chair the State Capture Commission. Which revealed a lot of corruption that has taken place in this country and continues to take place. Some of the people who were behind the state capture and corruption are people who themselves sacrificed a lot in order to ensure that apartheid was defeated. But they do not have the kinds of values that O.R. Tambo had. Some of them want to make sure that they eat first and their families eat first. And have no shame that they knew Oliver Tambo personally, and that wherever he is, and people like Madiba would turn in their graves when they see what they are doing. Oliver Tambo was passionate about education. He would have been very aggrieved by the fact that the government has failed to give our youth the kind of education that enables them to be employable and to contribute meaningfully to our economy. It is said that when the ability of primary school learners in South Africa to read with understanding and to count is compared with many countries, including countries within the SADC region, the South African learners rank either the lowest or very close to the lowest. I think Oliver Tambo would find it very difficult to understand why the government of South Africa has failed to ensure that the ability of primary school learners in South Africa to read with understanding and to count, when compared with those countries, ranks high. Oliver Tambo would have been very unhappy that there are hundreds of thousands of black learners in this country who attend schools which have got no libraries, who attend schools made of mud, and who attend schools in rural areas that still have pit toilets. He would find it unforgivable that 30 years into our democracy, there are primary school learners who die because they fall into pit toilets at schools. He would have been surprised that there are still learners who have to walk 10 kilometers or more to get to school every day because of lack of development in the areas where they live and where the schools are. He would have been very concerned about learners who drown trying to cross rivers when it is raining, either going to school or coming from school, because the government has failed over many years to build bridges for them so that they do not drown. He would have been very happy about the fact that the government built many houses for poor people in our country, But he would be very unhappy to see many housing projects in various parts of our country where millions and millions of rands were paid to contractors by government for the construction of houses, but the contractors took the money and left without building any houses at all, or where they started building some structures but left without completing the houses. Not only would he be unhappy about the fact that taxpayers' money was wasted by the government in regard to such housing projects, but he would also be disappointed that in many of these cases, government has not held its own officials accountable and has not recovered the money from those contractors. It is said that there are many reasons for such incidents. One is that government officials corruptly award tenders to people who have no knowledge or competence or capacity or experience in such projects, and the contractors live with the money when they meet with certain challenges in carrying out the project. It is also said that sometimes the tender is awarded to a contractor who does have the capacity or competence and experience, but the problem is that in order for him or her to be awarded the tender, he would have been asked by corrupt government officials to agree in advance that if he or she was awarded the tender, he or she would give a certain percentage of the money he or she makes out of that contract to certain government officials or their friends or family. When the contractor has done some work on the project, he or she realizes that he does not make any profit out of the project, or makes so negligible a profit out of the project that it does not make business sense for him or her to continue with the project, because it means he or she is working very hard, but only for someone else who has done no work to get all the money. The government then does not pursue the recovery of such money, because any case that may go to court would be likely to reveal government officials' involvement in the corruption. That is in respect of both civil and criminal matters. In other cases, the problem that poor people find is that the contractors that government departments appoint to build them houses have no idea or experience in construction of houses and have never constructed even a single house, but they put in bids for building tenders on the basis that they will appoint as a partner another company that has competence and experience in the construction of houses. However, if a dispute arises between the two companies before the project is completed, the company with experience and capacity may leave before the project is completed, and the company that has competence or experience then also just disappears at that stage. Although there are many projects which are never completed, whether they are for housing or for something else, we hardly hear of any consequences, disciplinary, civil, or criminal, which are visited upon government officials who would have made decisions that resulted in the loss of millions and millions of taxpayers' money. Since there are no consequences for wrongdoing in so many cases, corruption, fraud, and theft have increased tremendously in our country over the years. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that of late, the SIU does seem to be working hard to recover certain proceeds of corruption. An example of an instance where this was done was the Free State Asbestos Project debacle that the State Capture Commission had a lot of evidence about. That is the case where a company called Blackhead Consulting sought from and was awarded by the Free State Department of Human Settlements a contract for 250 million rand for removing asbestos from township houses in the Free State, despite the fact that it had nobody with qualifications required by law for the removal of asbestos and had no experience of doing such projects. That company sought the tender on the basis that it did have qualifications and experience for such a job, but in saying so, it was making a misrepresentation to the department because it had no such qualifications. And its managing director, Mr. Sodi, confessed under questioning in the commission. The same Provincial Department of Human Settlements in the Free State was also involved in the 1 billion rand housing project, where the department was required to build 10,000 RDP houses for 1.3 billion rand for poor people. But it paid over 600 million rand to contractors, but could not even say how many houses had been built. There were many places where only foundations had been constructed, but nothing else. The State Capture Commission also had evidence of a similar transaction in relation to PRASA, in terms of which PRASA awarded Swifambo a contract of more than 3.5 billion rand to manufacture train locomotives and provide them to PRASA, and yet Swifambo had no expertise or experience of manufacturing locomotives. Fortunately, that contract was subsequently set aside by the courts on, among others, the basis that the transaction was tainted by corruption. By allowing the Gupta's Zuma state capture to happen as was found by the State Capture Commission, the government and the ruling party betrayed Oliver Tambo. The majority party in parliament, which included members of the National Executive who were members of the National Assembly, prevented the institution of parliamentary inquiries, which would have revealed at a very early stage serious evidence of state capture before a lot of taxpayers' money could be stolen by the Guptas. They said that the investigations should be conducted by the law enforcement agencies that they knew were unlikely to reveal anything, or that would in any event take years to complete, while the Guptas and Mr. Zuma were continuing with their state capture projects to the detriment of the people of South Africa. The majority party in parliament made sure that motions of no confidence in President Zuma, initiated by opposition parties, were defeated over a long period as evidence mounted which showed that the Guptas were involved in wrongdoing. Indeed, not only did the ruling party and its top officials and its NEC ensure that Parliament did not investigate the allegations of state capture against the Guptas and President Zuma over many years, but they also failed to act against Mr. Zuma and the Guptas, who were members of the ANC, on other occasions when they were alerted to what was going on and when recommendations were made that they should act. In 2011, a member of the NEC of the ANC told a meeting of the ANC that before President Zuma could inform him that he was going to be promoted to the position of minister, he said he had been told by the Guptas that he was going to be appointed as minister. 2 years later, in 2013, as Mr. Mantashe revealed in his evidence before the State Capture Commission, the Integrity Committee of the ANC made a recommendation to the NEC that Mr. Zuma should step down, but the NEC ignored that recommendation, and the Guptas continued with their looting of public resources. If the NEC had acted on that recommendation and had recalled Mr. Zuma as president of the country, that could have halted the Gupta state capture and all the state capture transactions that happened in 2013 and in the years thereafter could have been avoided. The NEC's failure to act on the recommendation of its own structure, the Integrity Committee, led to billions and billions of taxpayers' money being taken out of the country by the Guptas. Oliver Tambo would have been shocked to learn from the report of the State Capture Commission that the amounts that were paid by the organs of state to entities directly controlled by the Guptas were in the region of 58 billion rand. In one of her recent reports on the state of municipalities in the country, excuse me, the Auditor General reported that the majority of this country's 250 or so municipalities are dysfunctional or are on the brink of collapse. She also reported that last year, out of the 44 municipalities which got clean audits, which means more than 200 others failed to get clean audits. About 21 were in the Western Cape. It is likely that those 21 municipalities in the Western Cape are not controlled by the ruling party. This therefore means that the overwhelming majority of the municipalities that are controlled by the ruling party did not get clean audits. To make things worse, this is not a case where in one isolated financial year, those municipalities did not get clean audits. This is a case where if you consulted the Auditor General's reports of previous years, you will find that those municipalities have not been getting clean audits over many years. And not only are they not improving their performance, but every year their performance has been getting worse and worse. And the government and Oliver Tambo's organization have been ignoring the Auditor General's reports and doing nothing about those municipalities. This is something that Oliver Tambo would have been very unhappy about, because in order for the people who were under apartheid to get proper services and to have a better life, there must be municipalities that are functional, that deliver services. And when municipalities are dysfunctional, it means they will not be able to deliver services. Why do I raise the issue of municipalities in the context of this lecture? I raise it because this is a lecture in memory of someone who was a leader of the ANC, which is the ruling party, and has been the ruling party over the past 29 years, and who made enormous sacrifices throughout his adult life in order to ensure not only that the people of this country who were oppressed got political freedom, but also that they got national, provincial, and local governments which ensured that they got the services they deserve. I believe that because Oliver Tambo was a man of integrity and a man of truth, he would tell the current government and his organization, you cannot reconcile your conduct in allowing so many municipalities to collapse, which means they won't be able to deliver services needed by the people, with a commitment to serve the people, with any notion that you care about the people. What you have done in this regard is not what a person or organization that cares about people does. That is what Oliver Tambo's truthfulness and integrity would have driven him to tell the government and his organization. The question that arises is, how many leaders within the ANC and government are prepared to admit this truth, apologize for their failure, and stop promising to do something about the matter, but actually get on with doing what they're supposed to do. Do what Oliver Tambo, who cared so much about the people, would have got done. The answer is, unfortunately, very few. Many will seek to defend the indefensible because they think that is how to show how committed they are to Oliver Tambo's organization and its government. But that is not so. Most of you will know that what the Auditor General reported about municipalities is not confined to municipalities. The evidence that I had in the State Capture Commission revealed that the same thing happened to a number of state-owned entities that are very important in this country. There was a time when Denel was an organization that belonged to some of the best organizations of its kind internationally, an organization that was the envy of many in the world. There was a time when ESCOM was one of the top organizations of its kind in the world. There was a time when SARS was an envy of tax collection agencies in the world. There was a time when Transnet was also one of the best in the world. There was a time when the South African Airways was a well-respected airline internationally. There was a time when the post office was at least functional and functioning satisfactorily. Over the past 15 or so years, these organizations have slid right to the bottom. Denel faced liquidation in the past few years, and there was a time when it could not pay its own employees' salaries, and the employees had to go to court to get an order that they be paid their salaries. Denel was almost brought to its knees because the cabinet appointed to the board of Denel in 2015 people who were connected with the Guptas and who allowed those who were pursuing the agenda of state capture to pursue it at Denel. The chairperson of that board would have been approved by the cabinet and probably by the deployment committee of the ANC. He was an attorney who had previously been struck off the roll of attorneys for misconduct, which had a connection with dishonesty before he was readmitted after some years. SAA is another state-owned entity which found itself in a liquidation process in the past few years. South African Express, which was also the subject of much evidence in the State Capture Commission, has been liquidated. The post office, as I've said, is almost dysfunctional. Eskom has a debt in the region of 500 billion rand, and the people of South Africa have been subjected to many years of load shedding with no end in sight. SARS was captured by Bain and Company and reached a point where it was simply a shadow of the glorious organization that it once was. Fortunately now, with new leadership, SARS seems to have made a lot of progress to turn itself around. About the post office, I don't know if it will be turned around. The problems in these state-owned entities did not mushroom at once. The decline happened over a number of years, but nothing effective was done by the government and the ruling party to not only arrest the decline, but also to turn them around. The decline happened under the watch of the government and under the watch of the ruling party. Oliver Tambo would have been disappointed about this failure. Since Oliver Tambo was a man of integrity and truth, he would have asked the leaders of government and the leaders of his party this question. Please don't laugh at my Zulu accent when I'm trying isiXhosa. Aninixelele ngenyani nohlulwa yintoni. Anazi ukuthi kufanele nenzeni. Xa ningazi yintoni nje ningafuni abantu abaziyo ze basombulule le ngxaki. Xa niyazi ukuthi kumele nenzeni yintoni ningazilungisanga lezi zinto yonke le minyaka. Loosely translated, tell me in all honesty, why are you failing to fix these problems? Do you not know what to do? If you do not know what to do, why do you not get people who know what to do so that they can fix these problems? If you know what to do to fix these problems, why have you not fixed them all these years? That's what Oliver Tambo, I believe, would ask government and his party. There can be no doubt that part of the reason why the majority of the country's municipalities are dysfunctional or are on the brink of collapse is that some of the people who are appointed to certain key positions do not have the right qualifications or competence for positions in which they are appointed. Or if they do have the right qualifications and competence, the problem may be that they lack integrity. If they do not have the right qualifications and competence, then the problem is that they will have been appointed to those positions as a favor, and they know it. The result is that they are beholden to the people who made sure that they were appointed to those positions, despite not having the right qualifications and competence. And they will therefore do whatever they can to return the favor to those who did them a favor. If they have got the right qualifications and competence, but they lack integrity, you will still end up with an entity that is ravaged by corruption and wrongdoing. The report of the State Capture Commission reveals, for example, how in the case of Transnet and Eskom, certain people who may have had the right qualifications and competencies lacked integrity and assisted the capture of those important entities by the Guptas or their associates. I do not suggest that the dysfunctionality of many municipalities is due only to wrong appointments. I'm sure that there are other factors that have led to this state of affairs of many of these municipalities. but wrong appointments must play a very important role. The appointment of certain officials in government includes the national government, provincial government, and municipalities, is a matter in which the ruling party's deployment committees at different levels have an interest, because as the evidence in the State Capture Commission revealed, the ruling party's deployment policy is that quite apart from its deployees who are political office bearers, people who occupy many positions of strategic importance in the public service should be people who are loyal to it. For that reason, the ruling party's deployment committee informs ministers which people should be appointed to those positions in the public service. I do not think that anyone has any objection to any political party that wins an election deploying its members to certain political positions, but the bone of contention relates to when a political party seeks to ensure that one of the factors taken into account in filling positions in the public service is that a person must be a member of a particular political party or must owe allegiance or be loyal to a particular political party. In this regard, it is appropriate to remind everybody that in its report, the State Capture Commission referred to, among others, Section 11(2)(a) and (b) of the Public Service Act. These provisions are to the effect that in making any appointments or filling any positions in the public service, A, and I quote, all persons who qualify for appointment, transfer, or promotion concerned shall be considered. And B, the evaluation of persons shall be based on training, skills, competence, knowledge, and the need to redress the imbalances of the past to achieve a public service broadly representative of the South African people, including representations according to race, gender, and disability. Section 11(2) does not mention loyalty to any political party as a factor that must be taken into account in evaluating the candidature of any candidate. I've noted that in response to the State Capture Commission's report with regard to the ANC deployment policy and its implementation, the ruling party has been emphatic that there's nothing unlawful about its policy, but I've not heard any response to the point that membership of or loyalty to any political party is not one of the factors that Section 11(2)(b) of the Public Service Act says may be taken into account in evaluating the candidature of any candidate. What nevertheless I find most encouraging is the Public Service Professionalization Program that has been approved by the Cabinet and that the Public Service Commission is pursuing. That program does not accommodate taking into account membership of any political party or loyalty to any political party in the filling of any positions in the public service. If this program is implemented properly, it could go a long way in ensuring that our public service is professionalized and that people who are employed in public service carry out their functions with no regard to any political party and with no preference to any political party. Nevertheless, in dealing with the issue of corruption, wrong appointments of people who do not have qualifications or competence in certain positions provides fertile ground for corruption. If there is any one thing that we should fight with all we have if we want to honor Oliver Tambo's memory, it is corruption and state capture. And those who fight corruption need to be protected. And those who blow the whistle to say there is corruption, there is fraud, there is state capture, need to be protected. And they need to be rewarded if their information leads to the recovery of money that otherwise would have been lost to the taxpayers of this country. And also, we need to show no tolerance for corruption and fraud. we should show no tolerance. And if we show tolerance, we must know we are betraying the values that Oliver Tambo used to guide his direction and to guide his fight. I know that in this institution, there are serious matters relating to corruption. And I think it is important that all of us give the leaders of this institution encouragement to continue to fight corruption. It is important that those who pursue corruption know that they have no support. They have no place to hide. And we, all of us, must play our role. We must not leave everything to the police. We need to support the police. We need to use whatever powers we have, because it is not good enough to leave everything to the police when you know you have evidence and when you can find evidence that there is corruption and there is fraud. And if you are in the case of an employer, can suspend or dismiss somebody who faces serious allegations of fraud and corruption and in respect of whom there is proper evidence. I've taken too long, for which I apologize, Program Director and the Vice Chancellor. But I want to take this opportunity to once again say it was an honor and a privilege that I was invited to deliver this lecture. Thank you. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
CJ?
Prof, I took too much of your time.
No, this is fine. But I've got a surprise for you.
Oh,
Stand here.
okay. Let me give this to. Yeah. Oh, here he is. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm not here to spoil this one. You may please remain standing if you want. But I want to call upon Kangilani Makasi to come forward. Kangilani. Is up, is that? Yeah. No, he's yeah. CJ, the unprompted Kangelan Makaslo, Bulisa Chief Justice.
More? Yes, Kangelan. The appeal. Thank you.
Right. What I became aware of only now that I'm sitting there, that Kangelani has a surprise for you.
Oh.
And I don't want to spoil it because it's him.
Oh.
He's a student in the department. He's going to introduce himself to you.
Yeah.
And then the surprise will be revealed here.
Oh, okay.
And I'm going to ask you, Dr. Potelo, Sunday, Dr. Potelo is his lecturer. Sunday, but I want the glory to belong here. I'm going to go and sit down. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Dr. Potelo, then Dr. Ibon CJ.
I'm going to go and take the chance. You did this.
introduce you now in Mala.
Yeah, yes.
Say briefly
Yes.
how long it took and so on and so forth.
Okay.
Molweni, igama lami Kangelani Makhasi ngwaCentane. Abafundi ndisi students fine arts in the third year. I would love to take this opportunity and thank OVC and the Department of Fine Art for giving me this opportunity. More especially Dr. Potelo. And thank you for Chief for coming at Forte, more especially for the first time. And it's my first time to stand in front of you guys. I'm hoping that this will not be the last time for us to see you, Chief. Hoping that you are bringing us wonders, and more especially we are suffering in funds. Not talking about me alone, and also the students who are postgrad, they are so sort of suffering when it comes to funds, and more especially in fine art. In fine art department, we are struggling a lot. We get to come up with quality work, but from little material. We quite need a lot of support from people above us. Thank you.
This is really a huge surprise, completely unexpected, and it's not often that I don't know what to say. But Kangelan, thank you very much for what you have done. You are extremely talented. You are very good. You are very, very good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate what you have done. And you just made sure that it was me. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, Kangelan. Thank you.
One, two. One, two.
Thank you. Now I can.
One, two.
Thank you very much to CJ. I'm not going to repeat or summarize what he said. And I know, in fact, you have observed that I talk too much. You know, this art, I'm grateful that the elders are here. When a mom or a woman gives birth to a child, the elderly will come.
Yeah.
It was before the DNAs
1, 2,
to test the paternity test of the child.
1,
Before the DNAs, the elders will just look at the ear or the nose or whatever feature that this child is really. Hey, uChief Justice akandijonganga man, ngifuna ukuhleba phaa kuye. But ke, Mr. Marcus has shown us ukuthi uChief Justice ngubani. There are no debates about that art. Choir, whilst I'm talking this much, I was waiting for you. Thank you. I was waiting for you, choir. Thank you, choir. You know what Chief Justice Zondo reminded us? And the choir with the songs. The song that I've missed, drawing from the Chief Justice talk. I'm missing the song Masitubulela Bantwana. You forgot that song. If the democracy today, we still have these ills that the Chief Justice has identified, then it means we are still crying. Basitubulela bantwana. Basitubulela bantwana. Abancane. Esowethu. Hold it there. Professor Vital, I was waiting for you. I was waiting for you.
Thank you, Program Director. I thought I would give you an opportunity to render the song. We've come to the end of a wonderful day, and it's really my pleasure and privileged task to give the vote of thanks. Let me first start by extending our deep gratitude to Chief Justice Zondo for that provocative, insightful, important lecture, reminding us of the importance of history, reminding us of how we can view where we are today through the lens of history, and in particular through the values and life of a very important hero of the struggle. And maybe just to say to you, Chief Justice Zondo, that the university is, as you may know, we have what are called the Liberation Archives, which include the ANC archives, and some of our faculties are already planning to offer some new programs on liberation studies. So the kind of lecture you delivered would be part of a lecture that would be offered in such a program. And so I thank you for that, because I think it's exactly, we need many more of these lectures. So I thank you most sincerely for that reminder to us and those deep reflections that you've offered. Let me also thank the OR Tambo family. We thank you for making the journey and being here with us to honor the legacy of really one of our most inspiring heroes of our history and of our present. Thank you to all the honorable judges of Magistrate and High Courts, the Supreme Court of Appeal, and the Constitutional Court for being part of this OR Tambo today. The Registrar, we'd like to thank the Office of the Registrar for all the arrangements in respect of the academic procession and all the arrangements. The Dean and Faculty of Law, thank you for all the work that the faculty has done, and especially the Dean, Professor Njotini, for the energy and leadership in coordinating various aspects of this event. I think he has really energized the faculty in getting the coup of bringing the Chief Justice to our campus for the first time, and I do hope he's enjoyed the tour. And then let me also just thank Institutional Advancement, who do all the planning and support, as well as all the service providers for the event. And then also to Dr. Patelwa and the Department of Fine Arts and the wonderful students there who have such amazing talent. And then lastly, also to thank all our guests and all of you here and as well as all the people that are also watching us virtually, who took time out of a busy schedule to be here today and to join us in this truly momentous event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Vital. Colleagues, who have come to the end of the day, I wish we can extend. That is, it may. Colleagues, before the procession leaves, our request is for us to wait for the procession to leave, and also all the guests to move to the Bias Gallery, and also every one of us. You'll be looked after as you get out of here. Did you hear that? Everyone. will be looked after as you get out of here. Why? Why don't you refuse? That is me. Choir, as we lead, register. This is your floor. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Please be upstanding.
Viva